Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The silver light of Elendor's twin moons cast eerie shadows across the rolling hills of the Shire as the star veil flickered overhead like a candle in the wind. For countless generations, this ethereal barrier had shimmered in the night sky, a gossamer curtain of starlight that had kept the peaceful realm of small folk safe from the terrors that lurked in the Shadowlands beyond. But tonight, as Hobbit stood on Whispering Hill, his weathered hands clutching his grandfather's worn leather journal, he witnessed what the village elders had feared for months. The veil was failing. Through gaps in the celestial tapestry, darkness seeped like ink in water. Hobbit's heart raced as he watched shadowy tendrils snake down toward the sleeping village below. At 42 winters, he was young by his people's standards, yet old enough to understand the gravity of what he witnessed. The comfortable life he had known, days of wandering the meadows, collecting herbs, and dreaming of adventures he never expected to have, was coming to an end. "It begins," whispered a voice behind him. Hobbit whirled around, nearly dropping the precious journal. A tall figure stood at the edge of the ancient oak grove, his silhouette outlined by starlight. As he stepped forward, Hobbit saw that he was an elf, but unlike any he had ever glimpsed during the rare elven caravans that passed through the Shire. This elf's hair gleamed like molten gold, and his eyes held the light of forgotten stars. "Who are you?" Hobbit demanded, summoning courage he didn't know he possessed. "I am Galadriel, once of the golden halls of Evermeet," the elf replied, his voice like distant music. "And you are the one who holds the key to the pillars of the ancients." Hobbit clutched the journal tighter. "How do you know about this?" "I have waited 500 years for the journal of Falor the Wise to resurface," Galadriel said, gesturing toward the leather-bound book. "And your grandfather was its keeper, and now the responsibility falls to you." Below them, the first screams echoed from the village as shadow creatures slithered between cottages. Without warning, the ground trembled, and from the forest emerged a stocky figure with a braided beard that reached his belt. A massive hammer hung at his side, its metal gleaming with runes that pulsed with inner fire. "You found him then, elf," the dwarf grumbled, eyeing Hobbit with suspicion. "Doesn't look like much." "This is Dawn, Master Smith of the Iron Mountains," Galadriel explained. "We are to be your companions on the journey ahead." "Journey?" Hobbit stammered, even as the shadows in the village grew more substantial, taking forms that made his blood run cold. "I haven't agreed to any journey," Dawn spat on the ground. "The veil falls, little one. Those shadow wraiths are just the beginning. In 3 days, when the moons align, the barrier will collapse entirely. Then the Shadow Lord's armies will pour forth, and there will be nowhere in the 4 kingdoms that remains safe." With trembling fingers, Hobbit opened the journal to the page marked with a silver ribbon. There lay the map his grandfather had shown him only once, on his deathbed. Intricate lines depicted the 7 pillars of the ancients, massive stone monoliths created in the elder days by a joint effort of elves and dwarves, each inscribed with powerful runes that anchored the star veil to the mortal realm. "The pillars have weakened," Galadriel said, tracing the air above the map with long fingers. They must be rekindled with the ancient magic they once held. Your grandfather discovered this secret, but was too old to undertake the journey. Hobbit's eyes widened as he studied the map. The nearest pillar was 3 days' journey through the Whispering Woods, a place even the bravest of his kind avoided. Beyond that lay mountains, deserts, and the dreaded Shadowmere swamp. "Why me?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the growing chaos in the village. Dawn snorted. "But the map responds to your bloodlines, lad. See how the runes glow at your touch. I've spent 60 years trying to make them do that." Indeed, the markings on the ancient parchment now shimmered with a pale blue light. Hobbit felt something stir within him, a yearning for the horizons he had only dreamed about, a chance to become the hero in the stories his grandfather had told around winter fires. "We must leave now," Galadriel urged, as the shadows in the village coalesced into wolf-like forms with eyes like burning coals. "The Shadow Lord's scouts have already sensed the magic in the map." And so it was that Hobbit found himself racing away from the only home he had ever known, the precious journal tucked safely in his pack, flanked by an exiled elf prince and a dwarf blacksmith with secrets etched into his hammer. The Whispering Woods earned its name from the constant susurration of leaves that seemed to speak in forgotten tongues. 3 days into their journey, Hobbit had grown accustomed to the eerie chorus, though he still startled when whispers seemed to call his name. "The trees remember the elder days," Galadriel explained as they made camp beneath the boughs of a giant oak, whose trunk was wider than Dawn was tall. They witnessed the raising of the pillars and the creation of the veil. Dawn merely grunted as he stoked their small fire. The dwarf had been increasingly taciturn as they ventured deeper into the woods, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows between trees. "The first pillar stands in the heart of the Whispering Woods," Hobbit said, studying the map by firelight. "We should reach it by midday tomorrow." "If the forest allows it," Galadriel murmured. "These woods no longer welcome travelers as they once did." As if in response to his words, the whispers around them intensified, and the branches overhead creaked and groaned. Suddenly, Dawn leapt to his feet, his hammer in hand, its runic inscriptions blazing to life. "We're not alone," he growled. From between the trees emerged figures that seemed woven from shadow and moonlight, tall, willowy beings with antlers sprouting from their foreheads and eyes like polished obsidian. The shadow elves of legend, thought to have vanished ages ago. Their leader stepped forward, a crown of thorns upon his brow. "You trespass in our realm, carriers of ancient magic. State your purpose or forfeit your lives." Galadriel moved to speak, but it was Hobbit who found his voice first. "We seek the first pillar to restore the Star Veil before it falls completely." A ripple of whispers passed through the shadow elves. Their leader tilted his head, studying Hobbit with newfound interest. "You carry Falor's legacy," he stated, not a question, but a recognition. "Show me the map." With trepidation, Hobbit revealed the glowing parchment. The shadow elf's eyes widened slightly. "The veil weakens more quickly than we feared." "Very well. We will guide you to the pillar. But be warned, the stone no longer accepts the old incantations. The magic has changed." As they followed their silent guides through the increasingly dense forest, Dawn fell in step beside Hobbit. "I don't trust these shadow dwellers," he muttered. "They have their own agenda." "As do we all," Galadriel whispered from behind them. "Even you, Master Dwarf, with your hammer of forbidden runes." Dawn's beard bristled, but he said nothing more. By dawn, they reached a clearing where stood a monolith of black stone, taller than 10 men. Ancient symbols spiraled up its surface, but as the Shadow Elf leader had warned, they were dull and lifeless, no longer emanating the power they once held. "Approach the stone, keeper of the map," the Shadow Elf directed Hobbit. With hesitant steps, Hobbit walked to the pillar and placed his palm against its cool surface. Nothing happened. "The key lies within the blood of the keeper," the Shadow Elf intoned. Before Hobbit could react, Dawn stepped forward with a small knife. "Just a drop, lad. 'Tis the way of old magic." A small cut, a drop of blood on the ancient stone, and suddenly the pillar hummed with awakening power. The runes illuminated one by one, spiraling upward until the entire monolith glowed with celestial light. Above them, the star veil visibly strengthened, its silvery radiance intensifying. "D1 down, 6 to go," Dawn said with grim satisfaction. The journey to the remaining pillars tested them in ways Hobbit had never imagined. They crossed the Razorback Mountains with the help of Dawn's kin, though the dwarf's reception in his ancestral halls was cold at best. They navigated the scorching expanse of the burning sands, guided by nomadic fire sprites who demanded stories as payment for safe passage. In the treacherous Shadowmere swamp, they battled corpse-lights and bog wraiths that sought to lure them to watery graves. At each pillar, Hobbit's blood awakened the ancient magic, and with each restoration, more of the veil was repaired. But the shadows pursuing them grew more numerous and more determined. The Shadow Lord's servants, twisted creatures of claw and fang, harried them relentlessly. It was at the 6th pillar, set atop the Frost Spire in the far north, that Galadriel finally revealed his true identity. "I am no mere exile," he confessed as they huddled against the bitter cold. "I was once the keeper of the veil, tasked with its protection by the Council of Light, but I failed in my duty." "How?" Hobbit asked, watching as the elf's golden hair dimmed to silver in the pale light of the awakened pillar. "I trusted the Shadow Lord," Galadriel replied, his voice haunted. "Before he became what he is now, he was Valandil, greatest of the Lightbringers, my brother." The final pillar awaited them in the heart of the Shadowlands themselves. As they stood at the threshold between worlds, where the weakened veil rippled like gauze in a breeze, Hobbit felt fear claw at his throat. "Ah, the Shadow Lord will throw everything at us now," Dawn warned, his hammer gleaming with anticipation. "He cannot allow the final pillar to be rekindled." They fought their way through hordes of shadow creatures, crossing blighted landscapes where the very air seemed to resist their passage. When they finally reached the 7th pillar, a spire of obsidian in a desolate plain, they found it guarded by a figure wrapped in darkness, wielding a staff of twisted bone. "So my brother sends children to undo my work," the Shadow Lord's voice echoed across the barren expanse. "How disappointing." Battle erupted, fierce and desperate. Dawn's hammer shattered shadow warriors, while Galadriel's ancient magic held the Shadow Lord at bay. Hobbit, clutching the map that had led them so far, seized his chance to dash toward the pillar. As his blood touched the final stone, a blinding light erupted, and the Shadow Lord screamed, not in rage, but in anguish. The darkness surrounding him peeled away, revealing not a monster, but a being of faded light, his once radiant form now diminished and scarred. "You don't understand what you've done," Valandil gasped, his voice suddenly clear of malice. "The veil wasn't created to keep darkness out. It was made to keep something far worse contained." Hobbit froze as the ground beneath them trembled. In the sky above, the fully restored star veil pulsed with power, but now he could see what he hadn't before. The barrier worked in both directions. Beyond it, pressing against the celestial fabric, were shapes of such cosmic horror that his mind rebelled at their sight. "The Ancient Ones," Galadriel whispered in terror. "The Devourers of Worlds." Valandil struggled to his feet. "I sought to gradually dismantle the veil, to release the darkness in small measures that the world might adapt, but now you've strengthened their prison, and they grow hungry and desperate. When they finally break through, and they will, nothing will survive their wrath." Hobbit looked from the map in his hands to the restored pillar, understanding at last the true burden his grandfather had passed to him. The Star Veil was not a simple barrier against evil. It was a complex magical system that required balance, not blind reinforcement. "What can we do?" he asked, meeting Valandil's gaze without flinching. The fallen Lightbringer gestured toward the pillar. "The map contains one final secret, a way to modify the veil, to create a controlled release that might satisfy the Ancient Ones without dooming our world. But it requires a new keeper, one who will understand balance rather than absolute light or darkness." Hobbit felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders as he turned to the final page of his grandfather's journal, where words appeared that had not been visible before. "The veil between worlds is not a wall, but a door. Choose wisely who holds the key." As the twin moons aligned overhead, Hobbit placed his hand once more upon the pillar, no longer as one who would simply restore what was, but as one who would forge what must be, a new covenant between realms, a balanced veil that might endure the ages to come. And in the Shire, far away, the people looked up at the night sky to see the Star Veil transformed, no longer a barrier of pure light, but a luminous tapestry where darkness and light were woven together in perfect harmony. Story 2. The eternal flame danced upon its ancient pedestal, casting golden light across the great hall of Willowvale as it had for 1,000 years. Neither wind nor rain had ever extinguished its mystical radiance, which flickered with the same unwavering constancy as the stars themselves. The small folk of the Shire gathered around it on this, the night of the Harvest Moon Festival, their faces illuminated by its warm glow as they prepared to offer their annual tribute of autumn fruits and grains. Hobbit stood at the edge of the crowd, his threadbare cloak pulled tight against the autumn chill. Though only 25 summers old, barely an adult by the standards of his people, his eyes held a wisdom that belied his years. Unlike the others who approached the flame with reverent awe, Hobbit felt something different, a strange kinship, as though the ancient fire called to something deep within his blood. "Come forward, young one," Elder Bramblewood beckoned, his gnarled hand gesturing toward the ceremonial table beside the flame. "Everyone must present their offering before midnight." Hobbit approached hesitantly, placing a small wooden carving of a dragon, his humble offering, among the more lavish gifts of the wealthier villagers. As his fingers brushed the edge of the pedestal, the flame surged upward, its color shifting momentarily from gold to a deep, pulsing blue. The crowd gasped, and Elder Bramblewood's eyes narrowed with suspicion. But before Hobbit could step away, a thunderous crash echoed through the hall as the massive oak doors burst open. Black-cloaked figures swarmed into the sacred space, their faces concealed behind silver masks fashioned in the likeness of ravens. Their leader raised a gnarled staff carved from bone, and with a word in an ancient, forgotten tongue, plunged the hall into utter darkness. Chaos erupted. The screams of the villagers mingled with the harsh commands of the intruders. Hobbit felt himself knocked to the ground in the pandemonium. When a burst of arcane energy illuminated the hall for a brief moment, he witnessed the masked figures surrounding the eternal flame, reciting an incantation that caused the fire to shrink and condense until it was no larger than an apple. With practiced precision, they trapped the flame within a crystal vessel and vanished into the night. As suddenly as it had come, the darkness lifted, but the pedestal where the eternal flame had burned for a millennium stood empty, its ancient stone cold for the first time in living memory. "Seize him!" Elder Bramblewood's voice cut through the confusion, his finger pointing directly at Hobbit. He called to the flame before the attack. "He is in league with the thieves." Hobbit's protests of innocence fell on deaf ears as the village guard surrounded him. With the speed born of desperation, he darted between their outstretched hands and fled into the night, the angry shouts of his neighbors following him into the forest beyond the village boundaries. Dawn found Hobbit huddled beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, miles from Willowvale. Exhaustion and hunger gnawed at him, but fear of pursuit kept him alert. He had never ventured this far into the Whispering Woods before. Few of his kind ever did, for it was said that the trees themselves moved when no one was watching, and unwary travelers might never find their way out again. The snap of a twig brought him instantly to his feet, a fallen branch clutched in his trembling hands as a makeshift weapon. "Und I wouldn't bother with that," came a deep voice as a tall figure emerged from between the trees. "If I meant you harm, you'd already be dead." The man who stepped into the clearing stood nearly twice Hobbit's height, with shoulders broad as an oak beam and a face weathered like stone. A ragged scar ran from his left temple to his jaw, and his iron-grey hair was pulled back in warrior braids. Despite his worn leathers and the simplicity of his attire, he carried himself with the unmistakable bearing of nobility. "Who are you?" Hobbit demanded, keeping the branch raised despite the man's obvious advantage. A smile quirked the corner of the stranger's mouth. "I have been called many things across the Four Realms. Once, I was Lord Morcath of the Northern Holds, commander of the Frost Vanguard." His expression darkened. "And now I am simply Morcath, a wanderer seeking to balance old debts." Hobbit lowered his makeshift weapon slightly. "Why are you following me?" "I witnessed what happened at the Harvest Festival," Morcath replied, settling his massive frame onto a fallen log. "I saw how the flame responded to your touch before those thieves arrived. Such timing is rarely coincidence." "I had nothing to do with the theft," Hobbit protested. Perhaps not knowingly," Morcath conceded. "But the eternal flame is far more than a simple village monument. It is one of the 7 celestial anchors that bind the great worm Gurthang beneath the mountains of the north." Hobbit sank to the forest floor, his legs suddenly weak. "Gurthang, but that's just a children's tale to frighten youngsters into obedience." Morcath's laugh held no humor. "All legends have their roots in truth, young one. Before your ancestors settled in the Shire, before even the first kingdom of men arose, Gurthang terrorized these lands. It took the combined might of the 7 wizards of the ancient order to imprison him beneath the earth, each creating a celestial anchor to maintain his prison. And the eternal flame is one of these anchors. The most powerful of them all, the Heartfire of Aranthor, last of the great dragon gods. Those who stole it belong to the cult of the Scaled Dawn. They seek to awaken Gurthang and return dragons to supremacy over all the realms." Hobbit's mind reeled with the implications. "But why would the flame react to me? I'm nobody, just a carver of wooden toys." Morcath studied him with piercing grey eyes. "That, little one, is what we must discover. But first, we need to follow the cultists before they reach the bleak fells. Will you come with me to stop them, or remain here to be captured by your own people?" Presented with such choices, Hobbit reluctantly rose to his feet. "Lead on, Lord Morcath." Their journey took them through realms Hobbit had never imagined existed beyond the stories of traveling bards. They crossed the vast expanse of the Silver Plains, where grass, tall as a man's shoulder, rippled like water beneath the moonlight. They skirted the edges of the wormwood, where trees twisted into unnatural shapes exhaled mist that whispered with the voices of the dead. At the trading outpost of Thornkeep, they gained an unlikely ally, a shadow elf named Nyx, whose ebony skin absorbed light rather than reflected it, and whose silver eyes could pierce any darkness. Exiled from her subterranean kingdom for crimes she refused to name, she offered her blade in exchange for passage northward. "The cultists passed through 3 days ago," she told them as they huddled around a small fire in the ruins of an ancient watchtower. "They travel with a wizard in crimson robes who bears the mark of the Forbidden Academy upon his staff." Morcath's expression grew grim. "Malagant. I should have known he would be involved in this madness." Their path led them to the foot of the ice mountains, where bitter winds carved the snow into phantasmal shapes that seemed to follow travelers with hollow eyes. There, in a tavern built from the bones of a leviathan that had once swum the northern seas, they encountered Grimir, a dwarf whose clan had been banished from their mountain halls for practicing runic magic deemed too dangerous by their elders. "Aye, I've seen your cultists," Grimir confirmed, his voice as rough as the iron rings that adorned his forked beard. They took the hidden path through Frostfang Pass, a treacherous route that leads straight to the blighted crater where Gurthang fell. With Grimir as their guide, they ascended into the mountains, battling not only the lethal cold, but also the ice wraiths that hungered for the warmth of living flesh. Hobbit, who had never before left the gentle hills of the Shire, found reserves of courage he hadn't known he possessed as he faced each new danger. On the 7th day of their ascent, as they sheltered in a cave from a storm that howled like 1,000 tortured souls, Hobbit dreamed of the eternal flame. In his vision, the fire spoke to him with the voice of a being ancient beyond reckoning. "Long have I waited for one of your bloodline to return, last scion of Aranthor's chosen guardians. The fire that burns in your heart is the same that burns in mine. When we meet again, you must embrace your inheritance, or all the realms will fall to shadow and flame." Hobbit awoke with a start to find his companions staring at him in wonder. His skin glowed from within, as though the embers of the eternal flame now coursed through his veins. "By the 7 seals," whispered Grimir, "you're a flameheart, a descendant of those chosen by the dragon gods to carry their essence in mortal form. My ancestors spoke of your kind, but all were believed extinct centuries ago. It explains why the cultists chose the night you approached the flame to strike," Morcath said, his eyes alight with new understanding. "They needed your presence to awaken the dormant consciousness within the fire before they could move it." Nyx's silver eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "It also means you alone can reclaim the flame once we find it. The question is, what will you do with such power when it's yours?" Hobbit had no answer. But as they resumed their journey the next morning, he felt the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders like a mantle too heavy to bear. The blighted crater yawned before them like a wound in the earth, its black stone walls descending to depths unseen. No plant grew within its circumference, and the very air seemed to warp and distort, as though reality itself rebelled against what was imprisoned below. At the crater's center stood a towering spire of obsidian, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with malevolent red light. Atop this dark altar, surrounded by chanting cultists in their raven masks, the crystal vessel containing the eternal flame blazed like a captured star. "We're too late," Morcath growled as they watched from behind a jagged outcropping. "The unbinding ritual has begun." "Not yet," Nyx countered, pointing to the darkening sky where the sun and moon approached alignment. They need the eclipse to complete the final incantation. We have minutes, no more. What followed was a battle unlike any recorded in the annals of the Four Realms. Agrimir's forbidden rune magic shattered the very earth beneath the cultists' feet. Nyx became one with the shadows, her twin daggers finding the gaps in the cultists' defenses with unerring precision. Morkath fought with the skill of a man who had commanded armies, each swing of his greatsword cleaving through multiple foes. And Hobbit, smallest of them all, slipped through the chaos toward the obsidian altar. The closer he came to the imprisoned flame, the more intensely his blood seemed to sing in harmony with its pulsing light. Malagant, the crimson-robed wizard, sensed his approach. With a snarl of ancient words, he hurled a bolt of midnight black energy at Hobbit. But when it struck, something extraordinary happened. Instead of harm, Hobbit absorbed the dark magic, his body glowing ever brighter until he shone like a beacon in the gathering darkness. With a cry that echoed with the voices of ages past, Hobbit leaped onto the altar and grasped the crystal vessel in both hands. The glass shattered and the eternal flame engulfed him completely. Time seemed to stop. Within the heart of the fire, Hobbit stood face to face with a being of pure radiance that wore the semblance of a dragon fashioned from living gold. My child. It spoke directly into his mind. The moment of choice is upon you. I am the last essence of Aranthor, who gave himself to save the realms from his fallen brother Gurthang. For a millennium, I have burned upon the altar of Willowvale, waiting for the last of my bloodline to return. What must I do? Hobbit asked, his voice steady despite his awe. Accept me into yourself completely and become what you were always meant to be. Not merely a bearer of my flame, but its embodiment. Through you, I can at last confront my brother directly. As the eclipse reached totality above, casting the world into brief night, Hobbit made his choice. He opened his heart and soul to the ancient power that had called to him across the centuries. The obsidian altar exploded in a blinding conflagration that could be seen across all four realms. When the light faded, where Hobbit had stood now, towered a being halfway between mortal and divine, his form still recognizably his own, but wreathed in living flame that shifted between gold and deepest blue. The earth beneath the crater cracked and heaved as something massive stirred from its ancient slumber. But before Gurthang could break free of his weakened prison, Hobbit, now Flameheart, keeper of the eternal flame, raised his hands. Fire poured forth, not to destroy but to bind, reforming the mystical chains that the cultists had sought to unravel. Malagant screamed his defiance, hurling spell after spell against the radiant figure, but each dissipated harmlessly against the divine flame. With a gesture that held both judgment and mercy, Hobbit cast a single mote of golden fire that struck the wizard upon his brow. Malagant fell to his knees. The darkness that had corrupted his soul burned away, leaving him weeping in the sudden clarity of redemption. As the new day dawned, Hobbit stood with his companions at the edge of the now sealed crater. The power within him had settled into something he could contain, manifesting only as a subtle glow beneath his skin and a flame that danced in the depths of his eyes. "What will you do now, Flameheart?" asked Morkath. Using the title with genuine respect, Hobbit looked toward the distant hills of the Shire, then to the far horizons beyond. "First, I must return to Willowvale to restore the eternal flame to its rightful place and clear my name. Then," he smiled, the simple joy of the Hobbit he had been shining through the mantle of power he now wore. "Then I think there are many wonders in these realms I have yet to see, and many wrongs that a little light might help to right." Together, the unlikely company, former lord, exiled elf, outcast dwarf, and the small being who now carried divinity within his mortal frame, turned their faces toward the rising sun and the adventures that awaited beyond. Story 3. The leaves of the Great Tree of Valinor had always shimmered with celestial light, their silver-gold radiance casting protective illumination across the realms of the small folk. For millennia, the ancient sentinel had stood at the heart of the evergreen valley, its massive roots delving deep into the earth, its crown reaching toward the stars. But now, as dawn broke over the misty hills, patches of darkness marred its once perfect canopy. Leaves that should have glowed with inner fire hung dull and brittle, while entire branches stood barren against the morning sky. Hobbit knelt in his garden at the edge of Willowdale village, his fingers buried in the rich soil as he listened to the whispers of his herbs. Unlike others of his kind, who treasured comfort and routine above all else, Hobbit had always felt the pulse of growing things as clearly as his own heartbeat. Today, that pulse faltered and skipped like a frightened animal. "They're afraid," he murmured to no one, his weathered face creased with concern beneath a mop of unruly brown curls. Everything that grows, from the smallest moss to the tallest pine, trembles with the same fear. As he stood to gather his morning harvest of healing herbs, a sharp pain lanced through his temples. The basket tumbled from his grasp as he clutched his head and fell to his knees. Behind his closed eyelids, visions unfurled with crystal clarity, a spring of impossible blue nestled within a mountain's heart, its waters glowing with ancient power. Silver tendrils of light stretched from the spring through stone and earth, connecting to the distant roots of the great tree like a lifeline. Then darkness, a shadow passing over the spring, drinking in its radiance until the blue waters dimmed. The connection to the great tree frayed, weakening with each passing moment, and in the shadows, eyes opened, reptilian, ancient, filled with cold cunning. Hobbit gasped as the vision released him, finding himself sprawled across his garden, the scent of crushed thyme and mint rising around him. His heart raced with certainty. The visions were not mere dreams, but a calling. The great tree was dying, and somehow, inexplicably, he had been chosen to save it. 3 days later, Hobbit stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a pack of hastily gathered supplies on his back, his precious herbarium tucked safely within. The elders of Willowdale had dismissed his warnings about the great tree as fanciful nonsense, laughing at the notion that a humble herborist should be the one to save the ancient guardian of their realm. "The tree has stood since before time was measured," Elder Brambleberry had scoffed. "And darn, it hardly needs the intervention of one who talks to weeds," only his grandmother had understood, pressing into his hands an amulet of green stone that had been passed down through their family for generations. "Follow your heart, child," she had whispered. "The plants speak to few in these latter days, but our family has always heard their voices." As Hobbit took his first step beneath the ancient boughs of the Whispering Woods, the trees seemed to lean toward him, their leaves rustling in conversation. Though no wind stirred the air, he felt a strange comfort in their presence, as though he walked among friends rather than the fearsome forest that featured in so many cautionary tales. By mid-afternoon, the comfort gave way to unease as he realized he was being followed. Ducking behind the massive trunk of an oak, he held his breath as footsteps approached, too heavy for one of his kind, too measured for a forest predator. "You can emerge, little one," called a deep voice tinged with amusement. "If I meant you harm, you would never have heard me coming." Hobbit stepped cautiously from his hiding place to confront a man nearly twice his height, clad in leather and forest greens, with a sword at his hip and a bow slung across broad shoulders. The stranger exuded the dangerous competence of a seasoned warrior. Yet it was the sorrow in his eyes too old for his youthful face, that captured Hobbit's attention. "I am Ardan of the Western Marches," the man introduced himself with a slight bow. "Or I was before my exile. Why are you following me?" Hobbit demanded, trying to project confidence he did not feel. A smile quirked the corner of Ardan's mouth. "The trees whisper that you seek the crystal spring of Durin's Deep. As it happens, I journey there as well." "You can hear the trees." "Not as you do, herb speaker. But I have walked these woods long enough to learn some of their simpler speech." Ardan's expression darkened. "The trees speak of shadow and thirst, of ancient hunger awakening. These are ill tidings that cannot be ignored." Despite his misgivings, Hobbit recognized the value of a protector on his journey. By nightfall, they had formed an uneasy alliance, sharing a small fire in a hollow protected by sentinel pines that Hobbit had politely asked to watch over their sleep. Their journey took them across the rolling meadows, where grasses swayed in patterns too deliberate to be natural. Spelling warnings in an ancient script neither traveler could fully decipher. They skirted the mist marshes, where corpse lights danced above treacherous waters and unseen creatures crooned melodies that tugged at the mind with promises of rest and comfort. On the seventh day, as they made camp in the shadow of the Ironbark Hills, a third figure melted from the gathering darkness, tall and slender, with features as delicate as frost patterns and eyes that reflected starlight even where none shone. "You'd well met, Ardan of the Exiles," the newcomer greeted, his voice melodious yet solemn. "The stars foretold we would cross paths again, though in happier times I had hoped." Ardan's hand had flown to his sword at the first sound, but now relaxed slightly. "Elendil of the Silver Moon, still chasing redemption through ancient scrolls and forgotten lore?" The elf inclined his head, silver-white hair falling like a curtain around his angular face. "And as you chase absolution through blade and bow?" His gaze shifted to Hobbit, keen with interest. "But who is this small one whose footsteps leave growing things in their wake?" Before Hobbit could reply, Elendil knelt before him, bringing their eyes level. "You bear the mark of the Earth Singers upon you, little one." "I thought their line ended an age ago, when the Sundering shattered the old magics. I'm just a herborist," Hobbit protested, uncomfortable under the elf's intense scrutiny. "No," Elendil said softly. "You are much more. The Great Tree would not send its visions to one without the power to act upon them." That night, around a fire that burned with unusual clarity thanks to Elendil's arts, the elf explained what he knew. The crystal spring deep within the lonely mountain was the source of the Great Tree's power, a wellspring of primordial magic from the world's creation. For centuries, elven guardians had tended both tree and spring, maintaining the balance of magic throughout the realms. But the guardians vanished during the Mage Wars, Elendil continued, his voice heavy with an ancient grief. "I was tasked with finding what became of them, a quest that has consumed centuries. Now, with the tree failing, I follow the ripples of disturbance to their source." "And you believe the source is at the Crystal Spring?" Hobbit concluded. "Indeed. Something or someone is draining its power, and through it, the life force of the Great Tree itself." The lonely mountain loomed before them, its solitary peak piercing the clouds like a blade thrust into the sky. Unlike the vibrant lands they had traversed, the mountain's foothills stood barren and grey, as though the very life had been leached from the soil. As they began their ascent, Ardan grew increasingly agitated, checking their back trail with the wariness of a hunted animal. "What troubles you, warrior?" Elendil asked, as they paused to rest in the shelter of an overhanging cliff. Arden's hand tightened on his sword hilt. We are watched, not by living eyes, but by something else. He turned to Hobbit. Can you not feel it? The absence where life should be. Hobbit had indeed sensed the wrongness, a void in the natural chorus that had accompanied him since leaving Willowdale. Here, the earth lay silent, the rocks mute. As twilight deepened into true night, they made camp within a shallow cave. Hobbit fell into uneasy dreams, once again seeing the crystal spring. But this time, the vision continued, revealing a vast chamber where stone figures stood in silent ranks, warriors carved with exquisite detail, waiting only for the spark of life to animate their perfect forms. Above them, on a throne of crystal and obsidian, sat a figure that shifted between man and beast, its true nature hidden beneath layers of illusion. He awoke with a gasp to find Elendil watching him, the elf's eyes reflecting the dying embers of their fire. "You saw the king under the mountain," Elendil stated, not a question but a recognition. "The shape-changer who rules the ancient halls of Durin. King Valorian is said to be a wise and just ruler," Ardan interjected, his voice tight with some unspoken emotion. "And a patron of knowledge and art." "And how would you know the reputation of the hidden king so well?" Elendil asked, his tone dangerously soft. Ardan's face contorted with inner conflict before he seemed to reach a decision. "Because I served in his court for 7 years before my exile. Because I helped him hunt down and capture the last known Earthsinger, a woman whose touch could coax flowers from stone." His anguished eyes found Hobbit's. "A woman who might well have been your kin, if the resemblance between you is any indication." The entrance to the underground kingdom lay hidden behind a waterfall that thundered down the mountain's eastern face. As they slipped behind the curtain of water, Hobbit felt a surge of power, the proximity of the crystal spring calling to something dormant within him. The passageway beyond opened into a realm of wonder and contradiction. Vast caverns glittered with veins of precious metals and gems, illuminated by phosphorescent fungi cultivated in artistic patterns along the walls. Elegant bridges spanned underground rivers that sparkled with unusual clarity. And everywhere, evidence of master craftsmanship, from the soaring columns carved to resemble ancient trees to the mosaic floors depicting scenes from history and legend. Yet for all its beauty, the underground city felt hollow, its wide avenues too quiet, its magnificent halls too empty. The few inhabitants they glimpsed moved with the precise, unhurried grace of sleepwalkers, their eyes glazed with contented oblivion. "Mind-thralled," Elendil whispered, as they concealed themselves behind a monument to some forgotten hero. The entire population enthralled by draconic will. Following Hobbit's instinctive sense of the crystal spring's location, they descended through increasingly ornate chambers, eventually reaching a pair of massive doors wrought from silver and inlaid with sapphires that pulsed with inner light. "The heart chamber," Ardan breathed, his face pale with dread. "Where the king holds court and communes with the spring." As if summoned by his words, the doors swung silently open, revealing a vast circular chamber dominated by a pool of water so blue it hurt the eyes to look upon it directly. Around the chamber stood rank upon rank of stone warriors, each carved with such perfection that they seemed poised to step from their pedestals at any moment. And upon a throne of crystal that grew from the very rock beside the spring sat a figure of regal bearing, a man of middle years with a noble countenance and eyes of piercing intelligence. King Valorian wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver constellations, and upon his brow rested a crown of platinum set with a single sapphire that matched the waters of the spring. "Welcome, travelers," the king greeted them, his voice resonant and warm. Particularly you, little herborist. I have waited long for one of your line to return to my court." Before Hobbit could respond, the king's form blurred and shifted. Where the man had sat now coiled a serpentine dragon with scales the color of midnight and eyes like blue flame. Massive wings unfurled from its back, stirring the air into a tempest that drove them to their knees. "Kyanareth," Elendil gasped, using a name from ancient legend. "The Devourer of Souls." The dragon's laughter echoed through the chamber. "Such drama, little elf. I prefer to think of myself as a collector of power, of knowledge, of potential." With frightening speed, the dragon's tail lashed out, wrapping around Hobbit and lifting him until he dangled before those terrible eyes. "The last of the Earth Singers, delivered into my claws," Cyanareth crooned. "They, with your inherent connection to the Great Tree and my mastery of the Crystal Spring, I shall finally awaken my stone army and reclaim the surface world that was once the dominion of dragonkind." Hobbit struggled against the crushing coils, his vision darkening at the edges. Below, he glimpsed Ardan and Elendil fighting desperately against stone warriors that had come animate at the dragon's unspoken command. In his fading consciousness, Hobbit reached for the connection he had always felt with growing things, that quiet communion that had been his comfort and guide. But here, surrounded by stone and water and ancient magic, what answered was something far more profound, a surge of power that flowed not just from plants, but from the primal essence of life itself. His grandmother's amulet blazed against his chest with emerald fire as knowledge flooded his mind. The Earth Singers had never been mere herborists, but guardians of balance between all elements: earth, water, air, fire, and the vital spark that united them. With newfound clarity, Hobbit grasped the threads of magic connecting the crystal spring to the great tree, feeling how the dragon had twisted and corrupted them, siphoning power meant to nurture and protect into his own insatiable hunger. "Enough," Hobbit whispered, his voice barely audible, yet somehow filling the chamber more completely than the dragon's roar. His hands closed around the constricting coils, and where they touched, the midnight scales began to glow with verdant light. Cyanareth shrieked in surprise and pain, releasing Hobbit to fall toward the crystal spring below. Rather than fearing the impact, Hobbit surrendered to it, plunging into waters that welcomed him like a long-lost child coming home. Immersed in the spring's power, Hobbit understood at last the full scope of his heritage and purpose. The Earth Singers had been created alongside the Great Tree as its companions and protectors, bound to it through the waters of the crystal spring. In his veins flowed the last traces of that ancient covenant. Rising from the waters, Hobbit stood transfigured. Vines and flowers erupted from the stone floor around him, growing with impossible speed to entangle the dragon and its stone warriors. The corrupt threads of magic unraveled beneath his touch, reforming into their proper patterns as the crystal spring's true nature reasserted itself. Cyanareth thrashed and spat blue flame, but the flames turned to butterflies where they touched the barrier of living growth that now surrounded Hobbit. The dragon's physical might, so overwhelming moments before, counted for nothing against the fundamental magic of creation that flowed through the last guardian of Valinor. "You cannot destroy me," the dragon hissed, its voice diminished but still dangerous. "I am as much a part of this world's balance as your precious tree." "I know," Hobbit replied, his voice layered with echoes of those who had come before him, "which is why I will not destroy you, but bind you once more to your proper purpose." With a gesture, he drew forth the essence of the crystal spring, reshaping it into chains of living light that wrapped around the dragon. Cyanareth roared defiance, then resignation, as the bindings took hold, transforming the great beast back into the form of King Valorian. But now, with eyes clear of malice and a countenance unmarred by deception. "Remember who you were meant to be," Hobbit commanded softly. Guardian of the deep places, keeper of ancient lore, bridge between surface and stone. As the last echoes faded, the enthralled inhabitants of the underground kingdom stirred as if waking from a long dream. The stone warriors returned to their pedestals, once again mere sculptures of extraordinary craftsmanship. Arden and Elendil approached cautiously, their weapons lowered but not sheathed. "What happens now?" Arden asked. Watching the transformed king with wary respect, Hobbit knelt beside the crystal spring, dipping his fingers into its restored waters. Through that touch, he sensed the Great Tree of Valinor already beginning to heal, new leaves unfurling to replace those that had withered. "Now," Hobbit said, rising to his feet with the quiet dignity of one who has found his true purpose, "we restore the balance that was lost. The time of guardians has returned to the world." He smiled at his companions, no longer the simple herborist who had left Willowdale, but not entirely changed either. "And I suspect our journey together is just beginning. High above, beyond stone and mountain, beyond forest and field, the Great Tree of Valinor shimmered with renewed radiance, its light spreading outward in a wave of healing and hope. And in its rustling leaves, those with ears to hear might discern a sound suspiciously like laughter, the joyful recognition of an ancient friend, long missed and finally returned. Story 4. The golden light of autumn dappled the rolling hills of the Shire as evening descended, cloaking the round doors of hillside homes in long shadows. Lanterns flickered to life one by one, casting warm pools of light across cobblestone paths. It was the kind of peaceful twilight that had remained unchanged for generations, until the rumble of heavy wheels and the stomping of armored boots shattered the tranquility. From his window seat in the great library of Heatherton, Hobbit looked up from his ancient tome, adjusting the wire-rimmed spectacles that perpetually slipped down his nose. The commotion outside drew him reluctantly from the fascinating treatise on medicinal fungi he'd been studying. Unlike most of his kind, who treasured feasts and festivities above all else, Hobbit found his joy in dusty scrolls and forgotten lore. The library windows rattled as a caravan of dwarves thundered into the village square, their battle axes gleaming in the dying light, their beards braided with steel and gemstones. The lead wagon bore the insignia of Iron Vault, the greatest of the 7 dwarf kingdoms, a hammer crossed with a crown upon a mountain peak. Curiosity overcame his natural shyness, and Hobbit slipped from the library into the growing crowd. Elder Burrows stood at the center of the square, his ceremonial staff clutched tightly as he addressed the leader of the dwarven company, a warrior whose beard was the color of burnished copper streaked with silver, whose armor bore the scars of countless battles. "Lord Grimbeard of Iron Vault," the elder's voice quavered, "what brings the mountain folk to our humble shire after so many years of absence?" The dwarf lord swept his fur-trimmed cloak back, revealing a map scorched at the edges. "The dragon Brasa Negra has awakened beneath the Shadow Mountains. Already 3 kingdoms of men have fallen to his flame and fury. The beast moves south. Your peaceful lands will be next." Murmurs of fear rippled through the gathered crowd. Dragons belonged in fireside tales, not in the waking world of tilled fields and market days. Surely the Shire is too small, too insignificant for such a creature's notice. Elder Burrows protested weakly. A new voice answered, deep and resonant as distant thunder. "The Brasa Negra devours all in his path, great or small." The crowd parted as a tall figure emerged from the shadows beyond the square. clad in storm-grey robes and leaning upon a gnarled staff crowned with a crystal that captured the last rays of sunset. The newcomer's face remained hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, yet all recognized him instantly. Tharkun, the Grey Pilgrim, whose rare appearances always heralded events of great import. "The dragon's hunger is insatiable," Tharkun continued, his voice carrying to every corner of the now silent square. "But there exists one artifact that might give us hope, the elvish stone of calming, forged in the First Age to soothe the rage of dragons. It was entrusted to a guardian from this very Shire centuries ago." Hobbit felt a chill race down his spine as Tharkun's hidden gaze seemed to find him among the crowd. Something stirred in his memory, stories his grandfather had told him in the dusty confines of their family's extensive library, tales he had assumed were mere fancy. That night, while the village elders debated with the dwarf delegation in the council hall, Hobbit pulled book after book from the shelves of his inheritance, searching frantically through family histories and private journals. Near midnight, in a leather-bound volume so ancient the pages threatened to crumble at his touch, he found what he sought. "On this day, I, Isambard Baggins, have accepted from the hands of Lord Elrondel of the Western Elves the sacred trust of the Azure Star, the stone of dragon calming. May it remain hidden in the peaceful obscurity of the Shire until the time of need returns." Below these words lay a faded illustration, a teardrop-shaped gem that seemed to glow with inner light even from the yellowed page. In the margin, a later hand had added, "Hidden within the ancient halls of Khazad Mithril, where none would think to seek an elven treasure." Dawn found Hobbit standing before the council hall, clutching the precious book to his chest. His heart hammered against his ribs as he interrupted the council meeting to show what he had discovered. Tharkun's eyes gleamed beneath his hat as he examined the ancient text. Khazad Mithril, the lost kingdom of the silver dwarves, abandoned after the great earthquake. Its location has been forgotten for centuries. Lord Grimbeard's fist crashed upon the table. Not forgotten by all. The archives of Ironvault hold maps to all the ancient dwarf realms. But the journey would be perilous beyond measure. The ruins lie beyond the withered heath and through the Shadowmere forest. "I will guide an expedition," Tharkun declared, turning to face Hobbit. "But we need one of Isambard's line, one whose blood might awaken the stone from its slumber." Hobbit's mouth went dry as every eye in the council turned to him. I've never ventured beyond the borders of the Shire," he stammered. "I'm a scholar, not an adventurer. Sometimes," Tharkun said gently, "the greatest adventures begin with the most reluctant heroes." 3 days later, Hobbit found himself astride a pony that seemed far too large for comfort, part of a company that grew increasingly strange with each league they traveled. Lord Grimbeard led a dozen of his finest warriors, their axes and hammers gleaming with deadly promise. Tharkun rode slightly apart, occasionally muttering to himself or to his staff, which sometimes answered in whispers of light. At the village of Rivermeet, where the Brandywine met the greater waters of the Greyflood, they were joined by 2 more travelers. Princess Astrid of Nordvale, tall and proud, her golden hair braided with raven feathers, her armor blackened by dragonfire. She alone had escaped the devastation of her father's kingdom, and vengeance burned in her ice-blue eyes. More unsettling was the final member of their company, Morlan the Exile, last prince of the Shadow Elves, whose people had warred with the dwarves for 1,000 years before retreating into the lightless depths beneath the world. His skin was pale as moonlight, his eyes the purple-black of twilight, and though he moved with deadly grace, a silver chain around his neck marked him as one under Gias, magically bound to serve Lord Grimbeard for reasons neither would explain. Why would a shadow elf join a quest to defeat a dragon? Hobbit dared to ask one evening as they made camp beneath the eaves of the greenwood. Morland's twilight eyes regarded him with ancient sadness. Because dragons are indiscriminate in their hunger, little scholar. Even the deepest shadows provide no refuge from their flame. His slender fingers traced the silver chain at his throat. And because I have debts that must be paid before I can return to my people. Their journey took them through lands Hobbit had only read about in his precious books. They forded rivers where water sprites sang enchanting melodies designed to lure travelers to watery graves. They skirted the forest of whispers, where the trees themselves shuffled their roots by night to confuse and trap unwary wanderers. They passed the ruins of Nordvale, where Princess Astrid knelt among the ashes of her father's throne room and swore oaths of vengeance that made the very air shiver. All the while, reports reached them of Brasa Negra's advance. Villages reduced to cinders, fields of crops transformed to fields of ash, refugees streaming southward with tales of horror that grew with each retelling. On the 20th day, they reached the foothills of the Iron Mountains, where ancient dwarf roads, overgrown but still discernible, wound upward towards snow-capped peaks. Lord Grimbeard led them to a narrow valley between towering cliffs, ending in a sheer rock face unmarked by any visible entrance. The hidden door to Khazad Mithril, he announced, running reverent fingers over the seemingly solid stone. Crafted to be invisible, save on midwinter's eve, when the setting sun would illuminate the keyhole. "We haven't time to wait for midwinter," Princess Astrid said sharply. "Under my scouts report the dragon is less than 3 days' march behind us." Tharkan stepped forward, raising his staff. The crystal at its crown flared with silver light, revealing delicate lines etched into the rock face, dwarven runes interwoven with elvish script in a pattern of surprising harmony. This door was crafted in the Age of Alliance, when elf and dwarf still worked as one, the wizard murmured. "It will respond to the combined blood of both peoples." Lord Grimbeard's face darkened. "You ask me to mingle my blood with that of a shadow elf, the betrayer of my ancestors? I ask you to set aside ancient hatreds to save all our peoples," Tharkan replied sternly. After a moment of tense silence, the dwarf lord drew a knife across his palm. Morland did the same without hesitation. Together, they pressed bloodied hands to the center of the door, and for a moment nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a sigh, the stone rippled and dissolved, revealing a vast hall beyond. Hobbit gasped at the sight. Columns carved to resemble mighty trees soared upward to support a ceiling inlaid with gems that glowed with their own inner light, creating the illusion of a star-filled sky. Fountains that had run dry centuries ago still stood in graceful elegance, their basins decorated with scenes of dwarf and elf working side by side. "The Hall of Concord," Lord Grimbeard whispered, awe temporarily displacing his gruff demeanor. "I never thought to look upon it with my own eyes." They advanced cautiously into the abandoned kingdom, their footsteps echoing through empty corridors and silent chambers. Tharkan's staff illuminated murals depicting the history of Khazad Mithril, its founding, its centuries of prosperity, and finally, the catastrophe that had led to its abandonment. There, Morland pointed to a scene showing dwarves and elves fleeing as the mountain shook around them. The great earthquake. But look, they carry something between them. He indicated a small object illustrated in gold leaf at the center of the mural. "Under the Azure Star," Hobbit breathed, recognizing the teardrop shape from his ancestors' book. Following the sequence of murals, they came at last to a chamber unlike any other in the Mountain Kingdom. Here, stone gave way to crystal, and the walls themselves seemed to pulse with soft blue light. At the center stood an altar carved from a single massive sapphire, and upon it rested a velvet cushion bearing the clear imprint of the absent stone. We're too late," Princess Astrid whispered, despair edging her voice. "The stone is gone." Hobbit approached the altar slowly, drawn by an inexplicable certainty. The scholar in him noted the absence of dust, the lack of deterioration that marked the rest of the abandoned kingdom. This chamber had been preserved by magic far beyond his understanding. "Not gone," he said softly. Hidden." He reached into his shirt and withdrew a small leather pouch that had hung around his neck since childhood, his grandfather's final gift, with instructions never to remove it. Within the pouch lay a simple silver key. As if in a trance, Hobbit knelt before the altar and discovered a tiny keyhole beneath the velvet cushion. The key slid in perfectly, and with a musical chime, the altar split open, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. There it lay, the Azure Star, a teardrop of deepest blue that seemed to contain entire oceans within its crystalline depths. As Hobbit's fingers closed around it, warmth spread up his arm and into his chest, and knowledge flooded his mind, not as words or images, but as pure understanding. "The stone does not merely calm dragons," he gasped, struggling to translate the revelation into words. "It reveals truth." Brasa Negra is not simply a dragon. He is the embodiment of a primordial fire spirit, trapped in draconic form by ancient magic gone awry. Tharkun's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. Then the stone might not just calm him, but free him, returning the fire spirit to its true nature. Or it might destroy us all, Lord Grimbeard growled. "Fire spirits are beyond the understanding of mortals." A distant roar shook dust from the crystal ceiling, answering the debate with terrible finality. Brasa Negra had found them. They met the dragon in the Hall of Concord, where once elves and dwarves had celebrated their alliance. Now its grandeur served as backdrop to a creature of nightmare, scales black as midnight, with veins of molten fire pulsing beneath, wings that could blot out the sun, eyes like twin infernos that burned with malevolent intelligence. "I smell elves and dwarves together again after so long." Brasa Negra's voice rumbled like an avalanche, sulphurous breath scorching the air. "And something else, something that calls to the fire in my blood." The dragon's gaze fixed upon Hobbit, who stood frozen in terror, the Azure Star clutched in his trembling hand. Princess Astrid drew her sword with a cry of rage, charging forward only to be swatted aside like a fly by the dragon's massive tail. Dwarf warriors surrounded their lord, axes raised in desperate defiance. "Hobbit," Tharkun called urgently, "the stone. You must use it now." But Hobbit couldn't move, couldn't breathe, as Brasa Negra's burning gaze held him captive. In those alien eyes, he saw not just rage and hunger, but anguish, the torment of a being imprisoned in a form not its own for countless centuries. Understanding bloomed in Hobbit's scholarly mind. Not conquest or destruction, but release. That was what the Azure Star offered. With sudden clarity, he saw what his ancestor had hidden in plain sight within the family histories. The stone was never meant to control dragons, but to heal them. "I see you, Ancient One," Hobbit whispered, finding courage in knowledge, as he always had. "Not as what you appear to be, but as what you truly are." He raised the Azure Star high, and its light blossomed outward, enveloping the dragon in a cocoon of radiance that pulsed in time with Hobbit's heartbeat. Brasa Negra roared, not in pain but in recognition, as the stone called to the primordial spirit trapped within the draconic form. What followed defied description in any mortal tongue. The dragon's physical form seemed to dissolve into pure flame, swirling in patterns of increasing complexity until it coalesced into a being of living fire shaped vaguely like a man, yet towering to the ceiling of the great hall. "Free!" The fire spirit's voice sang in harmonies of crackling flame. "After an eternity of rage and confusion, I am myself again." It bent toward Hobbit, who stood unflinching before its radiance. "While you have my gratitude, small one with a great heart, will you return to your own realm now?" Hobbit asked, the scholar in him bursting with questions even in this extraordinary moment. The fire spirit's laughter sent waves of pleasant warmth throughout the hall. "In time, but first there is a debt to repay. The kingdoms that suffered under my unwitting rage deserve restoration." It turned to Princess Astrid, who had regained her feet and stared in wonder. "Beginning with Nordvale, where I will burn away the ashes to reveal new growth beneath." As the spirit departed in a whirlwind of golden flame, Hobbit looked down at the Azure Star, now transformed into a perfect sphere of clear crystal. Within its depths flickered a tiny flame, a small portion of the fire spirit's essence, freely given as a token of friendship and a promise of protection. "It seems," Tharkun said, eyes twinkling beneath his hat, "that the timid scholar has discovered a courage and wisdom greater than any warrior's strength." Hobbit adjusted his spectacles, which had somehow remained perched on his nose throughout the encounter. "Books and scrolls have their place," he acknowledged with a small smile, "but some knowledge can only be gained through experience." As they emerged from the mountain into the golden light of dawn, Hobbit gazed southward toward the distant hills of the Shire with new eyes. The world had grown both larger and smaller in his understanding, filled with wonders beyond imagination, yet connected by threads of shared history and destiny that bound all peoples together, whether they dwelled in mountains, forests, or cozy hillside homes. And in his pocket, the transformed stone pulsed warmly, a reminder that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in controlling that which we fear, but in understanding its true nature. Story 5. Morning mist clung to the emerald hills of Longvale like wisps of ancient magic, reluctant to surrender to the advancing sun. It was in this hazy twilight between night and day that Hobbit liked to walk, when the world seemed suspended between reality and dream. His diminutive figure moved silently through the tall grasses that reached nearly to his shoulders, the dew dampening the hem of his well-worn cloak. Unlike most of his kind, who treasured comfort and routine above all else, Hobbit had always felt called to the borders of their settlement, drawn to the mysteries that lay beyond the safe confines of Longvale. This morning, his wandering feet had carried him farther than usual to the base of the ancient oak that stood sentinel at the valley's edge. A tree so old that its gnarled trunk could house 3 families, its branches reaching toward the heavens like grasping fingers. As he approached the massive tree, a flash of gold caught his eye. There, nestled among the exposed roots, lay a leaf unlike any he had ever seen. It was perfectly preserved despite the season, its surface gleaming with metallic luster, veins etched with what appeared to be delicate script in a language he could not decipher. Hobbit reached out with trembling fingers, and as his skin made contact with the golden surface, a jolt of energy surged through his body. The leaf seemed to pulse in response, its veins illuminating with soft blue light. Before his astonished eyes, the incomprehensible script rearranged itself, flowing like water across the golden surface until it resolved into words he could understand. When shadow walks in daylight's realm, when neighbors vanish without trace. Seek the staff of Orlin's helm to seal the void, tween time and space. Below these cryptic verses, lines emerged to form an intricate map, revealing paths through regions Hobbit had only heard named in the eldest tales told around winter fires. The Whispering Forest, the Caverns of Echo, the Mistbound Mountains, and finally, a location marked with a star, the Temple of the Gatekeepers. Clutching his discovery, Hobbit hurried back toward the village, oblivious to the shadow that detached itself from the ancient oak's trunk, watching his retreat with eyes that gleamed like polished onyx. That evening, as lanterns were lit in the round windows of hillside homes, a different sort of darkness descended upon Longvale. It began with whispers, fleeting shapes glimpsed at the corner of vision, a chill that penetrated the warmest hearth, the inexplicable silence of nocturnal creatures. Hobbit sat in his small cottage, studying the golden leaf by candlelight, when a scream shattered the quiet night. He rushed outside to find the village square in chaos. His neighbor, Widow Greenhill, stood trembling in her nightclothes, pointing toward her home. "My son," she sobbed. "He's gone, his bed is empty, but the windows and doors remained locked from within." This was no isolated incident. As the villagers gathered, more reports surfaced. 5 disappearances that night alone, with no signs of forced entry, no footprints, no explanation. Elder Bramblewood, whose white beard nearly touched the ground, raised his gnarled wooden staff for silence. "The signs are clear," he pronounced, his voice heavy with dread. "The shadow gates have opened once more. The barriers between worlds grow thin." Murmurs of fear rippled through the crowd, and Hobbit felt the weight of the golden leaf in his pocket like a burning coal. When he finally stepped forward and revealed his discovery, the elder's face drained of color. "A gatekeeper's map," Bramblewood whispered, reaching out with shaking hands to touch the gleaming surface. "Not seen in these lands for 5 centuries. And it responds to your touch, young hobbit. The implications are troubling." Before further explanations could be offered, darkness swirled at the village outskirts, condensing into forms that were almost humanoid, but wrong in ways that sent primal fear coursing through the onlookers. Shadow walkers, creatures of void and nightmare, advancing with unnatural, jerking movements. "Flee to the meeting hall," Elder Bramblewood commanded, raising his staff defensively. "These creatures cannot cross thresholds of sacred wood." As the villagers scrambled for safety, Hobbit found himself frozen in place, transfixed by the golden leaf map that now blazed with light so intense it shone through the fabric of his pocket. One of the shadow walkers paused in its advance, eyeless face turning toward him with terrible purpose. A whistling sound split the air, and suddenly an arrow blossomed from where the creature's heart should have been. It shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, before dissolving into wisps of darkness that dissipated on the night breeze. "Move, little one, unless you wish to become void food." The voice belonged to a slender figure who leapt from a nearby rooftop, bow already knocked with another arrow. An elf maiden with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that held the cold fire of stars. She loosed another shaft, claiming a second shadow creature, then grabbed Hobbit by the collar and practically threw him toward the meeting hall. They burst through the doors just as another defender joined the fray, a stocky dwarf wielding a warhammer that crackled with bluish energy, his red beard braided with metal beads that clinked with each devastating swing. "Seal the doors!" the dwarf bellowed as he backed into the hall, the remnants of shadow dissipating from his weapon. "These wraiths are but scouts. More will come with the deep night." As the massive oak doors closed, Hobbit found himself the center of attention as the dwarf and elf approached, scrutinizing him with gazes that seemed to pierce through to his very soul. "I am Liraniel of the Silverleaf clan," The elf introduced herself, her musical voice doing little to soften her evident suspicion. "And this is Grimly Ironbeard." "A pleasure, I'm sure," the dwarf grunted without warmth. "Now, show us what you carry, small one, the thing that makes the Void Walkers single you out." Reluctantly, Hobbit produced the golden leaf. In the torchlight of the meeting hall, it seemed to come alive, the map expanding and projecting itself into the air above their heads, a three-dimensional representation of mountains, forests, and rivers that rotated slowly. "By the Forge's flame," Grimly whispered, or momentarily replacing gruffness, "a true gatekeeper's map. The last was thought destroyed during the Void War." Elder Bramblewood stepped forward, leaning heavily on his staff. "It is no coincidence that you two arrive on the very night the Shadow Walkers return and the map reveals itself." His ancient eyes fixed on Hobbit. "Just as it is no coincidence that the map responds to young Hobbit's touch." "What does it mean?" Hobbit asked, his voice small in the vast vaulted space of the meeting hall. "It means, little one, that your bloodline is not what you believed it to be," Lyraniel said, her expression softening slightly. "The Gatekeeper's maps respond only to those who carry the blood of the ancient Guardian Order, those tasked with maintaining the boundaries between realms." "Impossible," Hobbit protested. "My family has lived in Longvale for generations." "We're simple folk, not magical guardians or—" "Bloodlines can remain hidden for centuries," Grimly interrupted, "especially when their bearers are being hunted to extinction by the servants of the Void." Elder Bramblewood nodded solemnly. "The Guardians were thought wiped out during the last incursion 500 years ago, their staffs broken, their maps burned, their bloodlines extinguished." His gaze returned to the projection above the golden leaf. "Or so we believed." Dawn found an unlikely trio departing Longvale, while most villagers still slumbered behind barred doors and shuttered windows. Hobbit, equipped with a pack containing only essentials and the golden leaf map secure in an inner pocket, Lyraniel, her quiver replenished with arrows tipped in silverite and blessed by moonlight, and Grimly, warhammer strapped to his back, muttering about the indignity of traveling with an elf, their destination, the Whispering Forest, where the map indicated the first marker on the path to finding the Staff of Aulin. "The forest lies 3 days' journey eastward," Lyraniel explained as they crested the first hill beyond the village. "If the Shadow Walkers allow us that long—" "Let them come," Grimly growled, patting his hammer affectionately. "Ironheart here is hungry for more void essence." Hobbit remained silent, still processing the revelations of the previous night. According to Elder Bramblewood, the Shadow Walkers were merely symptoms of a greater catastrophe, the weakening of boundaries between worlds, allowing creatures from the Void Realm to cross into their reality. Without the ancient seals maintained by the Guardians of old, these incursions would only increase until the worlds merged completely, unleashing horrors beyond imagination. Their only hope lay in finding the Staff of Aulin, a powerful artifact capable of repairing the damaged seals, and a guardian with the bloodline to wield it. A guardian like Hobbit, apparently, though he still struggled to reconcile this destiny with his quiet life among the green hills of Longvale. The journey to the forest's edge proved mercifully uneventful, though they observed disturbing signs of the spreading darkness, withered patches of vegetation where vibrant meadows should have flourished, animals found desiccated as though their very life essence had been drained, and at night, distant lights that moved against the wind, luring unwary travelers to doom. On the third day, they stood before the Whispering Forest, an ancient woodland where massive trees grew so densely that sunlight barely penetrated the canopy. Even at the border, they could hear the forest's namesake, a constant susurration, like thousands of voices engaged in endless conversation just below the threshold of comprehension. The forest guards its secrets jealously, Liraniel warned, her hand resting on her bow. It remembers the elder days, before any of our races walked these lands, and it does not easily forgive trespassers. Bah! Trees are trees, grimly scoffed, though his knuckles whitened around his hammer's haft. They burn like anything else. Hobbit withdrew the golden leaf, which pulsed with increasing urgency as he faced the shadowed depths between ancient trunks. The map indicates a path, he said, watching as a line of blue light intensified on the gleaming surface. But it's not marked on any physical trail I can see. The way will reveal itself to guardian blood, Liraniel said. You must lead, Hobbit. We will follow. Taking a deep breath, Hobbit stepped between the first massive trees. Immediately, the whispering intensified, becoming almost a physical pressure against his eardrums. Yet underneath the cacophony, he detected a thread of melody, a simple, haunting tune that seemed to pull him forward. To his companions' amazement, wherever Hobbit's feet touched the forest floor, tiny blue flowers bloomed momentarily, creating a luminous path that faded behind them, preventing any return along the same route. The trees themselves seemed to shift slightly, opening passages where moments before solid trunks had blocked the way. The forest recognizes guardian blood, Liraniel whispered in awe. It remembers its ancient compact with your kind. They journeyed deeper into the living labyrinth, the quality of light changing from the golden green of the outer woods to a deep, ethereal blue that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. Time lost meaning as they followed Hobbit's instinctive navigation, guided by the golden leaf and the mysterious music that only he could hear. On what might have been the second day of their forest journey, or perhaps the fifth, for time flowed strangely in that ancient place, they emerged into a clearing dominated by a tree of impossible proportions. Its trunk spiraled upward like a twisted tower, its bark gleaming with a silvery sheen that reflected the blue forest light in hypnotic patterns. The heart tree, grimly breathed, momentarily forgetting his affected disdain for all things sylvan. Said to be the firstborn of all trees in the world, planted by the Creator's own hand. At the tree's base yawned an opening like a doorway, the edges too perfectly formed to be natural. The golden leaf map blazed suddenly with light so intense that Hobbit nearly dropped it, and from within the illuminated surface, words formed. Blood of the Guardian, freely given, opens paths to secrets hidden. What was lost now must be found, before the void consumes all ground. A blood key, Liraniel explained, drawing a small silver knife from her belt. Your heritage demands sacrifice, Hobbit. Hobbit extended his palm with only slight hesitation. The elf's blade was so sharp he barely felt the small incision, and he let 3 drops of his blood fall upon the earth before the heart tree's doorway. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The ground trembled as roots shifted beneath their feet, and the doorway in the tree expanded, revealing a spiraling path leading downward. From within emanated a soft golden light that contrasted with the blue illumination of the forest. The entrance to the Guardian's sanctum, Liraniel said softly. And no outsider has laid eyes upon it for 5 centuries. They descended the living staircase, steps formed from roots polished smooth by the passage of countless feet over millennia. The walls glowed with embedded crystals that brightened as Hobbit passed, acknowledging his presence. The stairway opened into a vast chamber that defied the physical limitations of the tree above. Shelves carved directly from living wood lined the walls, holding scrolls, artifacts, and weapons from ages past. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal of white stone, bare but for a thin layer of dust. "The staff of Aulin should rest there," Grimly said, pointing to the pedestal, "but someone has beaten us to it." Before Hobbit could respond, laughter echoed through the chamber, cold and sharp as icicles. From the shadows emerged a figure in robes as black as the void between stars, face hidden within a deep hood from which only eyes like burning coals were visible. At last, the final guardian reveals himself. The figure's voice slithered through the air. "I was beginning to fear my little shadow pets had failed to flush you out." "Dark Mage!" Lyraniel hissed, arrow nocked in one fluid motion. "Such hospitality," the mage mocked, gesturing casually. Invisible force ripped the bow from Lyraniel's grasp, sending it clattering across the chamber floor. Another gesture froze Grimly mid-charge, the dwarf's expression locked in a rictus of fury. Only Hobbit remained unaffected, the golden leaf map in his hand pulsing with protective light. "The map shields you, little guardian," the dark mage observed. "But it cannot help you fulfill your purpose without the staff, which I have taken great pains to secure." From within his robes, he produced a staff of white wood, crowned with a crystal that swirled with galaxies of light. "Why?" Hobbit asked, finding courage in desperation. "Why tear open the gates between worlds? You're releasing horrors that threaten all life." "Because, small one, there are powers in the void that reward those who free them. Powers that grant dominion over life and death itself." The mage extended a pale hand. "Give me the map, last son of guardians, and I may permit your quaint village to survive as a curiosity in my new order." Hobbit felt the weight of destiny pressing upon him, a burden he had never asked for, born of a heritage he had never known. Yet in that moment, the golden leaf flared with renewed brilliance, and knowledge flooded his mind, not as conscious thought, but as instinct, older than his bones. "The map is useless without guardian blood to activate it," he said, stalling while the ancient knowledge crystallized into understanding. "Let me show you its full power, and then you may take it." Curiosity flickered in the mage's burning eyes. "Proceed. But know that your companions' lives depend on your cooperation." Hobbit held the golden leaf map before him, focusing his will as the newly awakened instincts guided him. He whispered words in a language he had never learned, yet somehow knew intimately. The secret tongue of guardians passed through blood rather than teaching. The map expanded once more, projecting its light throughout the chamber, but this time the image was different. Instead of geographical features, it displayed a network of glowing lines connecting points of light, the seals between worlds Hobbit somehow knew, and the paths of power that linked them. "Magnificent," the dark mage breathed, momentarily transfixed by the display. "The complete network of gates, visible at last." "Yes," Hobbit agreed, continuing the ancient incantation under his breath. And this is why guardian blood is required." Before the mage could react, Hobbit pressed the golden leaf to his still bleeding palm. The map seemed to liquefy, flowing up his arm like living metal, spreading across his skin in patterns of light and ancient script. The knowledge that had trickled into his mind now flooded in torrents, generations of guardian wisdom condensed into pure understanding. The dark mage's triumph turned to alarm. "Then what are you doing? Stop!" But it was too late. The map had become one with its guardian, and Hobbit felt power surge through his transformed being. With newfound authority, he extended his hand toward the staff of Orlin, and the ancient artifact tore itself from the mage's grasp, flying across the chamber to its rightful wielder. The moment his fingers closed around the staff, completion rushed through Hobbit like a cleansing fire. The golden patterns on his skin flared with blinding radiance, and he spoke a single word of power that shattered the dark mage's hold on his companions. Impossible, the mage snarled, darkness gathering around his form like a storm cloud. The guardian lineage was broken centuries ago. The knowledge lost. Knowledge is never truly lost, Hobbit replied, his voice resonating with newfound authority. It slumbers in the blood, in the earth, in the very fabric of creation, waiting for the moment of need. With staff in hand and ancient wisdom flowing through his veins, Hobbit faced the architect of his people's suffering with steady resolve. The dark mage hurled void fire and shadow blades, but each attack dissipated against the light that now emanated from the last guardian. In a final, desperate lunge, the mage attempted to physically seize the staff, only to be repelled by a pulse of energy that sent him sprawling across the chamber floor. His hood fell back, revealing not the monster Hobbit had expected, but a man, aged and withered as though the void he channeled had consumed him from within. "You cannot stop what has already begun," the mage gasped, skin cracking like ancient parchment. "The greater gates are already open. The ancient ones stir in the darkness between stars. Then I will seal them again," Hobbit replied, raising the staff of Aulin, "as my ancestors did before me." The staff's crystal flared with light that expanded outward, enveloping the chamber, the forest, and beyond, reaching toward the wounded barriers between worlds. Through the Guardian's enhanced perception, Hobbit could see the network of seals, some intact, others damaged or completely broken, and the shadowy entities that pressed against the weakened points, hungry for entry into the realm of light. The task ahead would be monumental, a journey to each broken seal, a battle against the darkness that sought to exploit each breach. But as Hobbit looked to his companions, Liraniel with her ancient wisdom, Grimly with his steadfast courage, he knew he would not face this burden alone. The golden patterns on his skin settled into a permanent tracery, a visible sign of his awakened heritage and the responsibility he now bore. The map had become part of him, just as the legacy of the Guardians had always been part of his blood, waiting for the moment when shadow walked in daylight's realm, when neighbors vanished without trace, when the last heir of an ancient lineage would rise to defend the boundaries between worlds. The journey had only just begun.